Yes.
Welcome everybody back to some more Space Engineers.
Welcome everybody back to some more
Just excuse
Space
me, I
Engineers.
shut up. There we go. Sorry about that feedback on that. Yes, this is our weekly stream series called Are We Lost? Series set in deep space with very tiny sun, custom skybox, and we are set in space with very few asteroids. And we've been lucky. We've been lucky. There's this rogue moon has been hurtling through space here, and we've decided that we'll actually set up on it whilst we sort out what we're doing. So that's it. Let's just get on with the show. I mean, once again, I am joined by Lunar J Man and Anubisetti. And we'll decide what we're actually doing as we do it. Anubis will be along shortly. He's had some stuff to take care of. And Lunar is over there. And we're, yeah, we'll see how we go from there. And I can't see my feedback screen. Hey, now I can. There we go. Well, we got something. Oh, it's a Mayday. Okay. Now, we were just sorting, or sorry, I was just sorting out what we're doing in regards to all of our tools and I'll get to it. It'll come to me. Bottles. That's right, bottles. We need some more ice. Okay. All right. I'm actually going to go through and group all of our O2H2 generators, Lena.
Oh,
And
okay.
because you can apply sorting tags to a group rather than every single one. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to actually tell it to sort all of our bottles, hydrogen and oxygen bottles, into and distribute them evenly across the O2H2 generators.
Yep.
For when we do get ice. Ice. So we want hydrogen.
Ice that isn't immediately just sucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And looking here underneath the terminus, is a good spot if we want to do something crazy and have instead of staircases, having a little utility elevator to go up and down between floors.
Yes. Yes.
Since we figured out that magical piston thing.
Mm-hmm. Because it's magic.
Ah, there you are. I saw a light, but I didn't know where it was coming from.
Yeah, I'm probably going to die. I think I remember hearing Janice say that my energy was low.
You should be fine without energy. You'll just lose your lights. Yeah, it's freezing, but that'll kill you a lot slower than running out of oxygen.
True.
Although what's really funny is when you lose power, you should actually start overheating.
Well, yeah, you should.
That's one of those weird counterintuitive things where you're in the depths of freezing space. No, space actually is really, really bad at
energy, heat dissipation. Yeah.
Yeah, energy transfer.
Yeah.
So 'cause there is, but there's basically no air. So there's no way to transfer heat from one medium to another very easily.
Exactly, away from you to something else.
Yeah, so like in the astronauts, those big backpacks,
Cooling devices.
Yeah, they carry a lot of oxygen. They also carry basically an air conditioner.
Yeah, that's right. Thermal protection. Okay,
yeah.
O2/H2 generators. With that tag, safe.
God, imagine how hard it would be to make a spacesuit that is capable of surviving on a hot planet like Venus.
Oh, yeah.
You would need an actual air conditioner on your back, and it would need to be really powerful.
It would.
And which would make it heavy.
Uh-huh.
And uncomfortable in another way.
Lockers. Oh, fine. Let me just go and sort out this Janice thing.
Still yelling at you.
Yep. Ah, that's why.
What's up?
What? Oh, I bet you they're hidden.
Oh, probably.
Let's just go like that. That. Like that. No, Tim, take the tag away. Thank you. Thank you. Do as you are bleeding told.
Ah, that's good to know. I found out you can't draw through sorters with the Blue Planner.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that, and I like that.
Yeah, I think they've actually fixed it. We're still... The bottles are...
The terminus should be hooked up. Everything should be hooked up perfectly fine, so I'm not sure why it's refusing to transfer bottles.
Oh, no, it's the ones that are in the standard containers are... That's fine. They're being pulled across. We do have 2 connected grids that have got bottles in them. I'm assuming it must be Zeraki's.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a locker that's got some bottles in it, but I'm assuming that's also possibly Zeraki's.
Yes,
It's
because
got
I've
tools and
emptied
stuff
out.
in it.
Yeah, because I've emptied out my thing that had bottles. There were some. There was a couple bottles that were almost dead, so I put them in the system.
Yeah. But I'm thinking it must be Zeraki. I don't think I've got any on the skink. Unless I've got some residing and hiding in the skink.
I don't think you have a locker.
No, the locker would be him, but... No, there's 2 O2H2 generators with bottles in them, and I think they must be on... I can never remember the name of his ship. This thing.
Yes.
I mean, I don't mind if they're there. Yeah, that's where they are. They're here. So, all the bottles that are remaining are actually on Zeraki's ship. So, you can keep those. They're nice and full.
Yep.
Most of them. And all the other bottles are actually on the base now.
Good.
So, bonus! I've discovered what my USB disconnect reconnect is that my computer seems to be keep going through. Believe it or not, it is the USB connection to my UPS.
Oh, yeah, you were mentioning that.
Because Windows is no longer directly accessing the UPS and controlling the UPS, it keeps disconnecting and reconnecting the freaking USB device.
Oh,
the USB cable.
It thinks there's a problem, so it's disconnecting and reconnecting and trying to reset it.
Yes. It's Microsoft trying to control everything.
That's stupid.
Yeah, absolutely stupid. But that's what it is. That's what I figured out what it is. So, and the reason why it causes my mouse to stutter is because when it's trying to reconnect, it locks up resources. And it's just done again. It's just now done it 3 times in the last 5 minutes.
Well, because it's resetting USB devices, which includes your mouse.
Which includes my mouse, that's right.
I can't connect with this. There must be a problem. Reset everything.
Mm-hmm. I will have to continue on with the rail system at some point. Oh, actually, before I forget, I'm just doing a bit of a clean up all the scrap metal that's on the ground here.
Okay. There's a connector I can't get to that has canvas in it. 694 plates.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. Because I think everything's connected. Maybe... My... Oh, it's my little drone.
Ah.
The forklift.
Mm-hmm.
The new forklift.
The new forklift, yep.
The new please be careful when pressing up forklift.
Yeah, that's the one. Right. All this debris, I'm cleaning it all up. It's actually just called debris.
Oh, yep.
The dead engineers, I'm cleaning up. Oh, no, actually, I'll leave them there, actually.
Okay.
Dead engineer, colorable, vanilla S. There's a lot of encounter. Oh, I don't want to remove the encounter stuff because last time I selected everything with the word encounter in it, I wiped the base out.
Yep. And there's a few grids that are not attached to this base
Yes.
that are important.
Yes. I mean, the Corvette debris should be safe enough to remove, but I won't. Oh, mines. I think I'll take out everything that's called mine.
Mine?
Mine, 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 mine.
I think we've all seen that movie too many times.
I think so too. Salvage drones. Debris, bits and pieces of salvage drone. There's a lot of them. Most of them are debris, damaged. I really wish this... Oh, that's alright. I'm not going to go down that path. Raider drones.
That is a path that leads to madness.
Yes. Raider drones. It's only debris, bits and pieces of. Relay B1, is that what you've named it, huh? The relay station, the communications tower.
Yes. I think it's relay B1.
B1, yeah. There's a lot of small grid, but I'm not going to touch any of them. Alright, that's good enough. Let's... Come on. Hurry up. Thank you. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Why is it still showing all this debris on the ground? Oh, because it's actually distorted armor plate. It's not... Okay. It's not scrap metal, it's just distorted armor blocks. So we go grind it. I'm lagging and chugging a little bit for some reason, but...
Because I'm smooth right now.
I think it's just because I kicked back from spectator cam. It's slightly spooning out. Energy low. Again. Thank you, Janice. I'm very much familiar with this.
I feel like the energy is draining faster than normal.
Yeah, but there's no mod in that should do that. So I'm not sure. Almost feeling like I might need to do a reconnect because I'm getting some really big bouncy lag shit, which is a little annoying.
Yeah, I would consider, since you did do the cleanup thing, maybe doing that.
Yeah.
Because you were bouncing around the server.
Okay, that's cleaned up most of the debris. that had rained down on top of us.
Oh, good. Oh, yep, that flaming debris is now gone.
Yes.
Nice.
All right. Yeah. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not restarting the whole game. I'm just going back to the main menu and back again.
Yep.
That generally should be enough to flush memory. Should be.
Yep.
Give me all your squirrels.
Squirrels? You can have me squirrels. I don't want me squirrels.
Good. That means I get all the chocolate too.
No. The squirrels and the chocolate are not a joint deal.
Yeah, they are.
No,
The
they're not.
squirrels guard the chocolate, therefore I get all the chocolate with the squirrels.
No.
You clearly don't know how this works.
Yeah, I
Why
know.
would you want chocolate squirrels?
Ooh,
That actually kind of sounds good.
it does, doesn't it?
Especially with caramel in them.
Oh. Luna, what have you started?
Apparently something that I don't know.
Lunar broke it.
It's the refineries. Oh, yeah, that's hydrogen. Now, what I was thinking is, you guys are more than Zaraki, you're more than welcome to take Skink here up into orbit when it comes to for you to build this thing up there, because it's got an assembler and a refinery on board.
I have that on mine as well.
Oh, you do have. Oh, I wasn't sure whether you had that on yours or
My
not.
ship has an assembler and a basic refinery.
Ah.
Which, getting started is all I need up there.
Mm-hmm. You know, it really annoys me when you use the multi-twitch service. I keep getting that bloody purple pop-up telling me, you're not watching this on Twitch.
The Twitch app?
No, on some
No,
web
the
browser.
multi-Twitch stream.
The multi-Twitch
Oh,
stream.
Yeah, that's annoying.
It is very annoying, in fact. You know, I'm half tempted to actually change the elevator at the end of the rails here to put an extra couple of pistons on it to push up even higher.
Mm-hmm.
Because
So that way there's no need for a second elevator. It's just the one elevator.
just the one elevator push up, because I think it only need another, say, 2 pistons to make sure it'll come up high enough. Even maybe another 3 just to give us leeway. No, I don't know. I'm not gonna stuff around with it now.
Alrighty.
Maybe some other stage. Hello there.
Building a little control room area.
CNC area. Yep. That's better. It's nice clean lines again. Those warpy lines from damaged blocks annoys me.
There we go. Right, that looks better. Ooh, jumpy, jumpy.
Yeah, I did a relog. I'm not jumping around anymore. It's really cool.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Think.
Oh, what have we got? Mayday. Okay. Alright, now I've learnt that changing the colour of an LCD can greatly reduce the glare that it puts off.
Yes.
And we will also change that there to false. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to build out the assembly room. a bit more.
Okay.
And I'm going to change it so that they're a stack of 2 per, so I'd end up going with a total of 8 assemblers.
Ooh.
It may be called overkill, but I would prefer... choking on my own words here. I prefer to have too many than not enough.
Yes.
what have I told you about choking on chocolate?
To do it more so you can have my chocolate.
No. If you can't seem to eat your chocolate without choking on it, then you don't deserve to have no chocolate.
So he deserves chocolate. Got it.
Exactly.
No.
Well, you said he deserves. He doesn't deserve no chocolate, which is a double negative, meaning he deserves chocolate.
Yeah. So,
Leonard, stay the fuck out of this.
say, give me all your chocolate.
Uh-uh.
What do you mean? That's not very nice.
Just that.
You make all these promises and then you don't come through with them. I don't know. Far out.
I didn't marry you, so it ain't my problem.
All right, you got a point there. Okay, I feel as if I must have something ready building here that... Oh, no, that's right. I've come from a game where I've got huge inventory size to a game that I've got small inventory size.
Yep. So quick thing: does anyone need a refill from the survival kit that's up top here by the skink?
Yes.
Real quick. Okay.
No, actually, I can do so off the skink.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
just go off my ship. I just need to figure out where I can attempt to build a miner.
On the landing pad up here, towards the rail
Thanks,
terminus.
Captain Obvious.
Towards the rail terminus.
See no terminus. I see a edge there.
Oh yeah, up here near where the batteries are. You got plenty of room up
Oh,
here.
why don't I just steal this thing?
Well, you can if you like. It's very underpowered though.
It's going to be used in space.
Well, that could be alright then. But yeah, go for it. If you want to use it, use it.
I am using the auxiliary assembler.
Are you?
Now, if at any point I do need more power on this thing, is there any objections to alterations?
Do what you need to. It's fine. Treat it as your own. Alter it, modify
so
it, change it however you
so I
need.
can just steal this. Awesome.
Yes, yes. I was originally going to use it to shave the ice on the moon here, but I couldn't get far enough away to do so without it actually interfering with the voxels too close. So it's redundant. If you can make use of it, use it.
I can use it as an asteroid miner because from the looks of it, it should actually dock right up to the
Yes.
connectors on my ship just fine.
It should, yeah. Energy critical. Oh no!
Keen changed it. You can now change the screen on the medical room.
Oh, excellent.
I just did that. I installed it already down here. So it'll charge much faster.
Ooh. Hell yeah. Thank you. Much faster indeed.
Oh, that's why I put it in there.
Uh-huh. Because you're getting
And I call-
annoyed by as how slow the other one was as well.
Oh God, yeah. And then we were queued up in some cases where it's like, all right, once you're done, I need to recharge so I don't die. But it does mean that unless you're flying and you come in from the top, that you have to use the cargo container that's behind it.
I just need to go figure out how to set up that scanning skin.
Ah, that's right.
Interesting. You can't actually pull through the medical room.
No, it's not got an inventory in it.
Nope. Because even though it's attached to the conveyor network, I went up to the top and did the middle mouse click, and it couldn't do anything.
Couldn't do anything.
Did not know that.
Okay, all these assemblers are actually going to be linked via the refinery room. Sorry, the reactor room.
Okay.
Reason being is I thought about connecting them up through the floor up into the refineries.
Mm-hmm.
But to do so will actually defeat the whole purpose of the sorters.
Yes.
So since the one that we're using the two that we're using at the moment are connected directly to the cargo container, if I convey them all together through the reactor room, they are an extension of the container as opposed to linked into the refineries.
Mm.
So that should work fine. And I mean, I need to connect all the reactors together anyway through conveyors down here anyway. So it's connecting the reactors are actually connected via the hydrogen storage, but they'll also be connected via the top connector ports, which will link all the assemblers together as well. So speaking of, I need to actually rename our assemblers here. So if I go into production, which one do we bring up? It is that one. Excellent. Alright, there is an assembler called assembler main. You get the idea.
Yep.
Don't trust your assemblers. Got it.
And assembler 1 through to 7 will be all slave to it.
Okay. Ooh.
And I'm also thinking that we don't really need to worry about power efficiency anymore because of the big reactors.
No, true.
So I think these will all just get speed modules on them. So we can process things really quick.
Okay.
So, Calvin,
Yep.
this spectrometry thing, I'm subscribed to it, but I'm not seeing it in my thing.
It's a script. You put on a programmable block.
Oh, yes. I need to
Really?
get the relay up and running.
That's
don't
what I'm
I?
saying. I'm not finding it in my scripts.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of other scripts that I can use, but that one, it just doesn't show up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm subscribed to it too.
Is it showing up for you?
No. Unless it's not called that. Maybe it's not called Spectra, whatever thingy.
Whoever keeps getting in and out, it keeps resetting my list as I'm looking through it.
Huh.
There it is. SDS operational script, I believe.
Ah, yeah. I mean, I've got it.
Yep.
Space Defense Systems operational script.
Yep.
No.
No? Oh, was I looking at the wrong one?
No, that's not it. Okay, so what we do is we jump back over here. Yes, give it to me. Give it to me. Subscribed. It says it's called radio spectrometry, but I don't have anything that's called that. Oh, wait.
This is
Wait.
not gonna be good.
What's not going to be good?
My ship's about to crash
Why?
Why?
because all of the settings that constantly get screwed with seem to be getting screwed with on my ship as well.
I just had a thought. I think I know what the problem is. Let me just. Sorry, not what you're talking about, Zaraki. This is this script thing.
Are you good?
Yeah, radio spectrometry reader. It is actually an LCD script.
Oh, so you can put it on your ship.
Yes, it's an LCD script. You go into your LCD, change it to content type to script, and you will find it in there.
All right, welding up the first antenna dish.
Oh no. What's
All
7
right.
kilometers away? Yeah, private sale.
Wow, I forgot how plain these dishes look.
So, Zaraki, where are you and did you crash?
No, I'm fine. I'm just getting into space.
Okay.
However, a decent chunk of my platform got taken out.
What happened?
It did, yeah, I saw that.
Well, what happened was my hydrogen tanks keep getting different settings put on them.
Which is
I
really
don't know
stupid.
how. I don't know why.
Because we
and
don't
it's
touch them.
really-
Yeah.
Fucking irritating.
And you don't touch them, and we don't touch them, and they change.
Yeah, it's just irritating me.
So it sounds like we need to set up checklists before we take off.
Well, that's the thing. The way that my hotbars are usually set, the checklist is already there,
That's right.
and that's what I'm not understanding is how it's changing. Like
Did they get set to stockpile again? Did they?
all of them, yeah.
Because there's nothing on the platform here that would do that. We have got a Spirit private sale that's 5 kilometers out.
Oh, what is the name of the group?
They're not in group. They're singleized tanks. That's the problem.
But a group tank might think they are part of a group.
Only if they're actually added to the group.
Yeah, but if someone created a group and
Standardly,
accidentally-
they're called hydrogen tanks.
yes, but if someone created
No, that is the group. Standardly, they are called hydrogen tanks.
yes, what you want to do is put the name of your ship in front of them.
So that people,
Otherwise, because the
Just
two
in
groups
case,
will
yeah.
merge.
yeah, if there's another group named the same thing, then they'll merge when it connects to the base. And there is a Hydrogen Tanks Kodiak group
Yep.
on the base. Sorry, Hydrogen Thrusters Kodiak group on the base.
Mm-hmm. But they are only the Kodiak thrusters.
Yeah. So that's nothing there. There's only 4 hydrogen tanks on the base anyway, and there's no tank group. There's Kodiak tanks, but none of the base hydrogen tanks are part of that, and none of them have actually got any form of tags on them anyway, other than just they're grouped. 4.5 kilometers out, we've got this private sale coming in hot by the looks of it.
It's fine. It just ignored me, and I was right next to it.
Don't forget, we now are starting to broadcast with lots of force.
Yeah, and my ship always has an antenna on, and I'm pretty sure that 2 kilometers away from the private sale, my ship's going to draw its attention first.
There's 2 private sales, and they almost look like they're going to collide, but they're not. They're about half a kilometer apart, or maybe a kilometer apart. An ISCG private sale and a Spirit private sale, and they're getting awfully close together, but they are 1 kilometer apart, actually. Come on, fight, 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 fight.
Really, Kaladin? I thought you were supposed to be the adult here.
Whatever gave you that idea? Seriously? Adult. I asked for a refund. They refused, so I just threw it back at them and walked out.
I said adult, not millennial.
Hey,
Hey, he resembles that remark.
It's fine. I'm sure he'll live.
Now I need some.
If not, I'm sure there's a river he can cry.
Steel plates. Give me some steel plates. Oh, 22k of them. That should be plenty.
lots of steel plots.
Lots and lots. It is really disconcerting that those searchlights put out that red bloody targeting reticle.
I know, and they aren't gonna work until I actually until we magic the terminus in out of and then back into existence. Otherwise, they won't work.
I know, but you'd think Keen in their stupid wisdom, I know that's a contradiction in itself,
I was going to say, I didn't realize Keaton had wisdom in general.
would actually have not used the same enemy targeting reticle indicator for the searchlight. I don't even think the searchlight should have them, to be perfectly frank.
No, and a little bit of code and what you can set is because you can have it set for neutrals and friendlies,
Yeah.
even the turrets.
Yeah,
So when you have it set for neutrals, when it looks at a neutral, it's yellow. When
Yeah.
it's set for friendly, it's
green.
green.
Uh-huh.
Even though it's going to shoot them, it's still set for those colors, so you know what it's targeting.
Yeah, you'd assume, but never assume,
Especially with Keen.
because when you assume, you make you're
You make a dingus out of yourself.
yeah, and everybody else around you.
No, just yourself. Lunar can't make a dingus out of himself. Well, any more than he usually does anyways.
I'm already one. What are you talking about?
Kind of my point.
What, you had a point?
I've got to point it out though.
Yeah, how rude.
Well, I mean, I would like for one of you guys to state when I actually claim to be, or claim to not to be.
No, we won't say that.
See? Some facts are just facts, no matter how you try to sugarcoat them.
I never sugarcoat anything. Chocolate, that's another story.
Depends on what kind of chocolate though.
The good kind, of course.
Ooh, have you ever had salted chocolate?
Yeah. Have you ever had chili chocolate?
I want to. I will be honest, I have not, and I want to.
Would if I could, but it'd kill me probably.
Probably would actually, but chili chocolate. It's not what you'd assume. The flavor-wise, it's not the sort of thing you'd assume you'd put together. But I can tell you for a fact that it is one of the most yummiest flavor combinations. I've got a place here, it's probably about 15, 20 kilometers away from where I am, that actually makes chili chocolate. They don't sell big batches, because honestly, you don't need a big batch. You don't need a lot at all. But it's dark chocolate mixed with chili, and it's very, very nice.
No, yeah, and small batches is the best kind.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, my energy is low. Whatever will I do?
How dare you?
I know. I need to put a cargo access point down in the assembly room.
Yeah, that's something that you kind of forget about until you're like, wait, I need to be able to access things.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty much covering up the ports on the side of the assembly, so I can't access them.
Oh, nice. You can even put the radio spectrometer on your...
Yes, on anything that's got an LCD.
Mm-hmm.
And it just you need to have an ore detector that's got clear line of sight.
And the relay should help boost those signals.
Mm-hmm. We'll come off here. Put it there. Now, where is it?
God, it's so nice to just sit there for two of the little sound things of the healing of the medical room, and you're all charged back
All
up.
charged back up, yeah. Okay, yeah. Getting hung up on all the piping.
Oh yeah, it is a little bit of a spaghetti factory under there.
Look. Thank you. Thank you. That's better. The spaghetti factory I don't mind.
Nope.
So I can access that stuff up there. Now I need to actually do the same down here in the refinery room, in the reactor room, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of the best place to put it, and I'm thinking, no, that's not going to work there. Oh, actually, we've got one down there. Nope, not there. There instead. Yes. not containers. Wrong button. There we go, that one. Decided add some redundancies into the conveyor network down here as well.
Yes, redundancies are always a good idea.
Multiple paths to the same goal.
Yep.
That way, if one gets busted, the other one surely won't. In theory.
In theory. It's a nice theory.
I like to think so.
Space engineers' theories are kind of a must.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. Okay, you just burst my bubble. Let's go right ahead.
Okay.
I think he did.
I know.
Thanks, guys.
I know. I'm gonna cry now.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
No, you're being nasty. You're telling me
Stop
untruths.
crying like a little princess. Stop
Okay.
crying, your daughter's more of a guy than you.
We've got a mining transport and the solar sail. The private sail's still up there. Okay. Okay, so we've got
Dismantling the ship that we've kind of been ignoring.
Cool. All right, now we have cargo containers on every floor. If you're looking for the cargo container that's down in hydrogen storage, it's on top of one of the hydrogen tanks. It's being used as a conveyor junction. But on the refinery floor and on the assembler floor, they're pretty obvious.
Yep.
Sorry, reactor floor and assembler floor.
If we're in that one place.
Yeah.
Where you guys are specific.
You're asking a bit much, really. Yeah. Be specific, really?
You guys are the ones trying to be all specific.
It's the thingamie on the side of the Watsuma.
Who's what's a?
Yeah, that's the one. You know exactly
It's
what I'm.
down in that one area.
You know exactly what I'm linguisticing about.
But that script should actually help me with my scouting.
It should, yes, because you should be able to get an idea of resources.
Yep.
That's the whole purpose of it. Apparently.
Yeah, it can see stuff further off, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It sees stuff further off, and it should, in theory, calculate the entire asteroid instead of just me having to fly around the asteroid to try and find everything.
Yes.
And that's the part that is kind of
No,
shady.
not kinda. It's bloody annoying. Especially when you've got a really shitty small grid, even a large grid, 150 meters. But that 150 meters is from wherever you got your O2H2 generator. If you've got it near the back of your ship, then it's 150 meters from the back of your ship. You're able to put your nose against the asteroid and still not see it past the 10 meters in. Sorry, just a little bit. Yeah.
A little bit, yes.
Yes, just a little bit. Is there a reason why the shield has gone blue?
There was a gamma drone that was heading towards you guys.
Ah,
I took it out. Unfortunately, it hit your shield in the process.
Ah, okay, that explains it. All good. All good.
Also, Lunar, next time you see a target, you'll want to manually target with your ship and trigger them or trigger your ship to shoot once.
yep.
That way, it activates the actual script that Kane has been so kind as to not properly implement.
Yep. That's the problem with the spotlights is you can't tell them to shoot once.
Hmm. Or B.
Hmm.
I'm going to have to use the new production facility. We're out of motors. But not anymore. It's
How are you guys out of motors? You stole all the motors that were on my ship.
We're always out of motors.
always out of
I'm
motors.
seriously.
Always out of motors.
The only thing that I'm not overly keen about connecting up to the base for is the fact that it takes everything out of my ship.
There is a way to fix that.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know your guys' little scripty script, so therefore...
No. Let me just fix up the connectors.
The Terminus is a cargo ship, so I don't care if stuff gets taken off of it.
Well,
But like the Skink or Anubis's ship should have isolated connectors.
say for my ship, it's more of a... I always end up having to go into space without any resources because everything's been sucked off it.
Yeah, I think that's being fixed for right now.
It's why I'm salvaging this ship up here right now.
Yeah.
And if there was even a sorter attached to my connector that would allow me to sort what I want, that would be awesome. That way I could deposit what I don't and actually no. Yeah. Have one be a loading connector and the other one be a offloading.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then they're
When you connect up now, Tim will completely ignore everything past the connectors.
don't forget to do the other connector.
Oh,
There-
I
yep.
did them both, although this
That
one
one's
up here
not
is
connected.
damaged. This one's damaged.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the one that's damaged is probably the one that I accidentally crashed into.
No, you hit them both. One
Oh.
was destroyed and one was damaged. I didn't
right.
notice the other one was
I'll
damaged.
fix it.
I have apparently become stuck in greebling.
No.
That's a surprise. How?
Our base needed a docking command.
Yep. Okay, so just so you guys understand how this works, I've put some tags on the connectors that unless your ship has an exact same matching tag on it, Tim will not process through the connector.
Okay.
In this case, I've actually put the name blocked on the connector. So unless you've got a ship that's got a connector on it that's got the name, the dock tag blocked as its name, nothing that connects up to these connectors will actually have materials pulled through them or anything like that by Tim.
Nice.
Okay, just a quick question. Why is one of these connectors set one block higher than the other?
Because I didn't do this one correctly. It should be set up one block higher.
Okay. Well, have a look at the tag, the Tim tag that's on it first before you change it, and just reapply that Tim tag back to it once you put the new connector in.
I copied it.
It is also a way you can actually make sure that Tim will process through certain connectors if certain ships are actually docked up to it. You can actually name connectors for certain ships. And it's only when that particular ship connects to that particular connector that Tim can process through it.
Now, is that particular ship or that particular code or name?
Well, like I said, if I put a dock tag onto a connector called Caladan, every ship that has got a connector on it that's got the dock tag Caladan on it can connect up there, and Tim will actually process through it like normal.
Okay, then
Any ship that connects up that does not have that tag or has a different name tag on it, Tim will completely ignore it.
set one up for like mining. That way, it just automatically pulls all of the ore resources out of it.
No, it's the name tag doesn't work that way. It's a permissions thing. It is literally just saying this ship has the right permission to connect to this connector, so therefore Tim can process through it. If you've got a different name on it, it's like different permissions, and Tim will go, "Ha, I'm not allowed to talk to you because you're not authorized because you're not at the right connector."
Yep.
So it will stop Tim from actually messing with things on and pulling stuff out of his ship or anything like that. You can still manually process and push things through the connector, but Tim won't.
I can work with that.
But Tim won't automatically pull or process through it. I just realised that my hydrogen bottle is empty. I was wondering why I was running out of hydrogen so quick. Oh, I might as well put the oxygen bottle in there too. Not that it's actually going to get filled up. Come on, give me bottles. They're all around. Yep, they are.
You know, part of me does actually wish we had that one mod that they had on
Which one?
the Doomsday server, the
Yeah.
one that crashed itself.
Yeah, which
the
mod?
mod that lets you drag things.
Uh,
That way you could actually, in space it would actually be practical.
it would be useful in space, yeah. I'm so
And that's the
tired of
thing,
that
is-
Twitch message.
That's the only thing that I would be wanting it for, is that way I can use it in space.
Yeah.
On a planet, it is just too it's just too unstable.
Well,
Yep.
because you've got gravity to try and work against. In space, you don't have that issue.
Yeah. And honestly, I feel like it was more designed for space than Earth anyway.
Yeah.
Prepare for boarding.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Now they're coming towards me. They're not gonna like this.
Are you picking on the local bullies again?
Maybe.
Good.
No, they're leaving me.
Well, that's
Apparently,
how
I'm too
rude.
good for them.
That's rude.
No kidding. That was a big ship, too.
All right, all the assemblers are online.
Yay.
I was playing my game, my Space Engineers game, before we started this, and I have
I see
completely.
how it is. You were playing the entire time I was in voice chat, and you didn't even once pop in. Look at you, too.
Yeah, I did. I popped in.
While I was sitting in the office.
I wasn't looking at the office. I was responding to shit lower down, so I didn't scroll back up. I actually normally collapse all of the where am I? I usually collapse all the channels so that I can actually see when things happen in each one. But then they end up all open over time, and I forget to collapse them down again. But I completely redesigned my base.
Ooh.
The hydrogen tanks that I had jutting out the front,
Mm-hmm.
I've taken from 4 hydrogen tanks and pushed it up to 6 hydrogen tanks, and they're now inside the base, inside the asteroid.
Ooh, nice.
And I moved the assemblers from the level they were down to underneath. Same with the cargo containers, went from 2 large cargo containers to 3. 1 for ore, 1 for ingots, 1 for components. So nice and evenly split up. I moved the batteries. I haven't put the antenna back on it yet.
Oh, speaking of antenna, be aware the tower, the bunker tower has an antenna on it. So if we do ever do any scripts that can be done over antenna, we are able to control it from the main base.
Good, because I actually happen to have the transmit and receive script as part of my scripts here that we could potentially use at some point.
Yep.
I like
And
it.
what that
It's
means?
good. It's a good script.
Oh yeah, and what that means is we can actually connect to the relay and use it as a relay.
Excellent. Anyone would think we were professionals. Little did they know.
Yep.
Although I will admit, and I don't normally say this or even do this, but I will admit I am thinking about building a battleship. As in, I'm talking blah blah English, do good.
You're almost there. You're almost there.
I'm talking just not so much a battleship. I'm talking about a warship, a combat ship. That's probably a better term for it.
Yes.
I am tempted to make it large grid though. I've not built a large grid combat fighter. That's a better term for it. I'm thinking of building a fighter, but I'm thinking of making it a large grid fighter.
Ooh.
Because normally when you build fighters, you build them small grid.
Yep.
And it's more of a challenge to see whether I can produce something that's nimble and powerful, but still small and compact, because you know how much I love building small and compact, in a large grid. No, steel has only got 2 E's in it. Alright, well, aside from the actual floor and ceiling completely being welded up, the assembly level is done.
Nice.
I just went around. Oh, did something else hit our shields again?
Probably.
Probably. It was probably a drone that came after me. I may have used a few explosives on it. And we all know how those like to be.
Yeah. They tend to leave. It makes it snow.
On the bright side,
makes it snow
I'm making
debris.
it-
Yeah.
I was gonna say on the bright side, at least I'm raining you debris.
It's making it snow debris, yeah.
All right. What do you think of the bunker control station
It's
so
not
far?
pink enough.
Oh, it's perfectly pink. Don't know what you're talking about. I
Yep,
likes.
this is- Yep. Upper control area and a lower control area.
Yeah, I likes.
Stairs are a little narrow, but I wanted it to fit in the
Yeah.
area.
Yep.
And I hid the vent.
Yeah, I saw that. Neat. Now we just need to run some catwalk out from here. So it takes it down into the production facility. Speaking of which.
Yep.
Okay.
And what I'm thinking
Oi.
is
Oi,
we
coming.
can leave the
Oi.
wreckage waypoint up here, and
Yeah.
that's where we can just drop off wreckage that we need to salvage.
Need to salvage, yeah, just drop it to there. I'm really getting a bit of lag, actually.
I'm getting some spotty issues now and then.
I'm jolting periodically.
Yep.
3 neutral signals, an ion thruster 9, hydrogen thruster 7, and ion thruster 10.
Yeah, 3 neutral. That's probably what. Oh. No, they're up here. Why are they neutral?
Oi. Why are they neutral?
Because there's no computers in them.
They should still. They obviously are flagged to actually just show on HUD.
I just turned them off from show on HUD.
Oh, I can still see them.
Yeah, I can too.
Let's just have
Oh
a
no,
look.
I only see thruster 9, thruster 7.
Yeah, there's 3 things.
Huh? I just turned off. Oh,
Is that on a connector?
I still.
It is on a connector.
Yeah, it's on a connector. It's on a connector, and that's it. Yeah, it's not landing geared.
No, it's not. So we can't remove it from the connector.
Nope.
I'm still getting some really weird laggy crap.
I am starting to get a little bit worse here and there.
I just turned that hydrogen thruster 7 off, show on HUD, and it's still showing on HUD.
Ion?
Oh no,
It's not anymore for me.
no, it
just
just
went.
it just went. So the
Yeah,
server is just having some hinky issues, I think.
Yep.
I'll blame Mordred.
Works for me.
I'm attempting to turn my graphics quality down to medium. To
Yeah,
see
we
if
do
that
have a lot
helps
of
me.
green lights with the conveyors.
Okay, no, well, yeah, turning it down to medium has actually helped me, so.
Yeah.
I don't know why all of a
Most-
sudden it just started doing it, but
Yeah. We have been. Stuff has been hitting the shield and turning to scrap.
Oh, okay. Let me just clean up floating debris and floating objects again.
Can you wait until after I'm done with the ship? I'm almost done.
I've only scrap metal that I'm going to take out. Now, the Gatling ammo boxes, there's a few of them floating around in space up there where you are, but you probably can't see them. Ooh. Oh, it's only 868 meters from the orbital marker. Right near Zaraki's ship, which is near the...
Oh, they probably drifted away from that wreck.
Yeah. It is. It's
So
from...
it's probably from the other ship that tried fighting or poking me.
Probably,
and found
yeah.
out
Yep.
Guts are rather painful.
Yeah. I think I'll just get rid of that. I don't need that GPS marker anymore. The one that says here. Don't ask me why that is there, so go away. Um, I probably should make a jump back to near the old spaces we're at and actually dismantle my mining rigs, you know.
Oh yeah. Rotors and pistons.
Yeah, and there's no need for them, and there's a truckload of resources over there that I've got no way of bringing back.
Well, I mean, you guys could always take the big ship
Yep.
Mm,
and go harvest them. Because, I mean, those resources will be useful.
Oh yeah.
well, it's only silver and gold.
So far, I haven't found very much silver out here. So
Mm,
that might actually be worth it then.
Well, I'm actually going to use a... I'm just going to go and bouncy over and have a look.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
No, I'm just using spectator to go there, and then I'll just port my character and... see what sort of resources they have there. And I'm probably going to have to reboot and restart my game again afterwards because, well, that's what happened last time.
But with the spectrometer mod, or spectrometer script, what I think is I'll probably revisit the asteroids that I've already scouted.
Yep. And see if you can
That way
get
I can
more
check
feedback
see
here.
if there was anything I missed on them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can't do that yet. I need to turn that on. All right, we've got 2 million iron ore, 472 silver ore in that container. The reactors are out of power, so everything's dead in the water.
Okay.
Which had all been turned off anyway. The drill is not running; it was turned off anyway.
Ah.
The batteries are dead by the looks of it. Yep, completely depleted batteries. So they're all dead in the water. Let me just check both containers. All right, we've got in total 6.2 million kilograms of iron ore. We have got and I can't, even though they're directly connected to one another, I cannot pass materials between them because there's no power. 400. We've got 500 k's worth of silver ore in total. That's in the containers. We've got 101k of silver ore in each of the refineries. There's 2 refineries. And there is 13k of silver ore in one of the sorters.
One of the prepare for boarding decided to try and pay us a visit and did not have the lift capacity to escape the gravity well.
That's funny. I find that funny.
But its antenna is still active, and it is only 1.7 kilometers away from the base, meaning it is most likely going to call in drones. And it is unfortunately on the side where your solar panels are.
Okay, I'll be back there shortly.
Yep.
Oh, okay, and the gold mine has got its pistons fully extended. The rotor head is still rotating. So it's still got power.
Okay.
Probably because it's got 110 uranium sitting in a cargo container, as well as 161 in the actual reactor. Resource-wise, it's processed everything. There's next to no resources left. There's 551 gold. Processed gold. That's all. So which I've just grabbed. That's really the only things of use here, of value here, except for the uranium, actually. We just grabbed the uranium. Alright, that's the uranium. Probably should shut the drills down, huh? Yeah, okay, let's shut the drills down. Piston off, drills off, advanced rotor off. I'm thinking I might just actually hard delete everything that's here. I've grabbed the gold that was processed, so everything else can go, I think. Yep. Bye-bye. Alright, we have an asteroid with a perfectly round hole through it now. But that's all.
Okay.
Let me just get rid of the, what are they, the AU ones? Yeah, the AU ones. Get rid of those ones. Keep that so we know where to go.
I see a ship with a shield. I take it that's you, Anubis. Okay, just making sure. Fortunately, because we have large grid guns, they can reach out, even though the solar panels are kind of far out. The small grid drones are within range of the large grid guns before the solar panels are within range.
Well, that's good. Eyes back, by the way, and yeah, prepare for boarding. Absalom drone coming in, but it's getting snagged.
Yeah, Anubis is over there, vaporizing
trying to
whatever's
take
over
out
there.
I can see. Yeah, I just now saw the ship there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got 500 or so gold with me from the old gold mine. I did vaporize the remaining base, and I've got all the uranium too. So we've got a couple of hundred uranium, 271 uranium, which I'm just going to dump into the network here, and 551 processed gold. So it's just the silver ore that we, and all the iron ore. However, if we're going to go and do that at some stage, not going to necessarily do it now, but if we're going to do that at some stage, we do need to take some means to power it, maybe some uranium for the reactor. That would be enough to fire it up for us to pull stuff out of it. Okay, so now...
Alright. So your distance from the base currently, Anubis, is 1,479. You are at 0 meters per second.
Yeah, I'm
And-
hovering over the ship.
Yep. Oh, well, I target
Trying to
locked
get
you.
out of my fucking...
Yeah, I target locked you so it can actually use the base as what it's supposed to be. I hooked up a searchlight so I can target incoming ships and see what it says.
Yep. Awesome.
So
Laser antenna pointing over to the tower. Excellent.
let me actually get that laser antenna pointed in the right direction.
Well, it pretty much is. Unless it's facing, no, it's facing the opposite way.
Yep, just a moment. Copied coordinates, heading over to paste coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
And without running my face into this thing.
That's what I was doing. I knew there was something I was trying to do, thinking of doing, whatever.
Okay, that laser antenna is not moving, so I need to copy coordinates over here. That's actually kind of nice that it's weird, but I kind of like that it's involved like that. You need the coordinates of both.
Yeah, for them to point to one another. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. Just realised. No. Go away. Thank you. I still had freaking admin tools turned on. I was wondering why it was... I'd start welding something and it would... All of a sudden, it would show that it had taken all the stuff out of my inventory, and then all of a sudden I had all the stuff back in my inventory. I went, oh, jeez. Idiot.
Searching for laser at GPS coordinates. There we go. Infinite. It was set at 50 meters for some reason.
Really? Yeah, jeez.
Or
Keen.
maybe 50 kilometers? I'll have to double
Maybe.
check on this one. I just bumped it up to infinite.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I got no idea, but for some reason I literally just dropped to 1 FPS.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to yeet my ship back into space if I can. I swear, if King Dundon broke the damn game again, I'm gonna be slightly on the overly livid side.
Yeah. They have this habit of doing that, don't they? Now,
Yeah, but see, it's one thing to break it when it's something that doesn't or make the game literally completely unplayable for people.
yeah, I know.
It's another thing to break it to where it's constantly making everyone's or making people's stuff in FPS to such a ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I'm literally dropping all down to game paused.
Yeah, I'm getting some really weird friggin' lag issues too, actually.
Trying to establish connection to laser antenna. Let me see if something's in the way. Nothing should be in the way. Unless it counts the shield as being in the way.
Which is a bit stupid.
Would you be surprised?
No, not particularly.
Because right now they are not able to sync with each other.
There was a gamma drone that was spazzing out there just before.
Yeah, I watched it basically go at light speed across like half of my screen and then jump back to where it had been.
Yeah, no, it was completely spazzing out. There was one that was completely spazzing out like a top. I've just removed it, so...
Yeah. Oh, you just did some exploring in
Yes.
Spectator, though, Cal. So
Yeah, for me, that's probably what it is.
yeah, for Anubis, it was probably whatever voxel deformations that prepared for boarding caused.
Yeah.
For some reason, whenever voxels get deformed, your computer kind of wigs out. And I don't think it's your computer's
Which
fault.
I don't get because I can go near asteroids and deal with their voxel deformations, but on a planetoid, not even close.
Yeah, I know. Oh, damn it. That prepare for boarding is... Yeah, it's sitting there on the ground. Spark, I didn't carry it on.
By the way, you guys,
You cut
Cut
out.
out.
I got rid of the prepared for boarding.
The antenna, yep.
Yep.
No teeth on.
You're cutting in and out.
Yeah.
So it might actually be your connection, not entirely the game, because you're getting about half a sentence out and then it cuts out.
Then it cuts out, yeah. But I am doing a bit of a cleanup too, so as well, just to be on the safe side.
I'd almost be tempted to say that when we mine an asteroid, we make sure and put like a little quote unquote relay station there and turn on the voxel
Cleanup.
cleanup. And then once we've drilled that out, we take out the station and we consider that asteroid gone.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it'll actually go away or you can just delete it.
You can just delete them.
Yeah. So we may just want to do that. Anything that's been deformed, we delete it.
Well, asteroids, there is a lot. Some that are actually unnamed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not an asteroid. That is the moon that we're on. Stupid, stupid game. I said, tell me asteroids. And it's given me a whole stack of... Yeah, no, that's the planetoid. But we do have a lot of other asteroids. A lot of these are actually over where we used to be. There is a lot. So,
I bet.
but that's all right. Floating objects I've cleaned up. Grids for the most part I've cleaned up. So it should be a little bit less shitty. Should be. It probably will be still shitty though.
Oh, most likely.
I have, however, actually left the prepare for boarding wreck, just in case we want to go over and actually salvage it.
Ooh.
Alright, now back to what I was trying to English about before. Refineries.
Mm-hmm.
I've just welded up the last one. I'm just trying to remember how we had these sorters arranged.
It was going to be uranium and cobalt, I think. Because it was going to be all speed, I think.
Yeah, it'd be nice if I could actually access a conveyor port somewhere. There. Because I think we named them. No, we didn't.
Oh, that would have been smart.
Okay, so we've got platinum, gold, silver, uranium in one or in another.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a third. It was going to be what, like... Oh. Because we haven't set up the sorters either. It was going, I think,
No.
nickel and cobalt, wasn't it? And
Is that what's
magnesium.
left? Oh, and magnesium, yes.
Maybe make it magnesium.
Ooh, that's a lot of assemblers. I like it.
Um, we can do it that way. I mean, we could get away without using the sorters, you know, if we really wanted to. We can use Tim.
Oh yeah. Well, these were set up like just before we decided to
use,
just
yeah.
use Tim, because we were going to take Tim out, and then we decided not to.
Yeah. Damn it, I can't get at that. I'm going to have to... Look, stop flying. So maybe we'll take the sorters out and we'll just define them.
Okay.
Was it just magnesium we wanted on that one? I'm just trying to remember. Just think. Because we can define the actual resources that it uses, that it controls, that Tim will send to it. I'll get there.
Anyway, what I was trying to say was that my ship took out the Portsmouth thing.
Yes.
The
Drone?
the teeth on the
Yes. On the other nasty thing. Yeah, on the are we prepared for boarding?
landing part.
Yep.
Yeah, that.
The boarding one, yep.
Yes.
Alright, I'm going to change the sorters and pull the sorters out.
Okay.
So, this one. Ingots, yes. Components, yes. Alright, so yes, there's no need for the sorters anymore, actually. Because I've now defined... Okay. Platinum, gold, silver, and uranium are in one refinery. Magnesium, nickel, and cobalt are in another refinery. They are set to priority 1, so those resources will get sent to them as a priority. The third refinery is just flagged as ore, so it's just everything, but it's flagged as a priority 2. What that means is that the priority ones will get first pick, and then overflow, basically, or other non-defined ores will go into the third refinery.
Okay.
So that should have everything covered. Should. Inventory full, you bastard.
Woo. I got some big skips in there because I lost sound and there was no movement for a second there.
Okay, whereas I didn't.
Okay, the tower is now linked up with air.
Excellent.
I know it's a bit silly, but it's something small at least.
Mm-hmm. Not silly at all. It's essential.
Mm-hmm.
Dad, may I please have some poutine?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, we had a lot of silver ingots that were actually stuck in one of these sorters.
Well, now I know why we had this.
Yeah, it was like 50k of silver ingots in one of the sorters.
Whoa.
Yeah. I discovered that when I ground the sorter down.
Oh,
It dropped to the floor.
interesting.
So this should eliminate that sort of an issue as well, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let me get to work welding these catwalks.
Yeah. There's no other sorters in this network, is there? No.
Yeah, there should only be 2 sorters anywhere, and it should be on the terminus.
Yeah. Okay, so that's got. Oh no, here's another sorter. Seriously. Oh, okay. We're out of small steel tubes too.
Yep, I just put a few into production. Oh yeah, at some point I was gonna build a dock for the skink. Are you gonna want the terminus up in orbit there for construction purposes?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Not with as much as I'm jolting around.
I'd like to
I'm
know.
actually about to. I would like to know why my ship is actually moving on its own. Message here. Is that too much to ask? Alright. I'm gonna try relogging.
Okay. All right. That should now have all the sorters taken out of the network. Now, what I do need to find is assembler 3. Oh, I haven't put the assemblers into a group. That's my problem. I know. Base assemblers. Alright, now all the assemblers should get resources in them. Why is assembler 3 not?
Because I sold it for chocolate.
Ah,
Assembler 2. Okay, no, let's just do this the other way then. The assemblers will actually get individual TIM tags.
oh,
But still, stuff is not getting
Yes,
sorted to
have
them.
one assembler for everything or every component.
God.
Efficiency.
I've seen it done.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be efficient.
Yep. That's one way of looking at it. Okay.
Where is assembler 3?
It's amongst the assembler group.
Is it still not cooperating?
It's no, all of them are not. They're not. Well, resources are not being pushed to them. I'm trying to figure out why. Apparently, there's a break in the. No, that's not. Let's go from this one. Yeah, apparently. Ah, hang on. I think I know one. Maybe it's my bad.
Cowardin and broken.
Yeah,
I
my
am
bad.
innocent.
My bad.
So only a couple were working?
Yeah, only 2. 1 and 2.
I will get 6 here. You can get the other 6.
Yeah, well, you can pull from the cargo container down here.
Oh, nice. What do you mean build planner is empty? Pardon me.
I forgot. Oh, fine game. Shunt me around a little bit then.
I think because I collided with you, the game freaked out probably for a second.
The game's always freaking out.
Yeah.
It doesn't know how not to freak out.
Nope.
Okay, inventories. Assemblers have now all got materials in them.
Good.
So we'll get proper cooperation now when we tell it to build stuff on assembler main.
Good. We are going to have to relocate these 2 batteries at some point. Or set them to drain and grind them down.
Yeah, build some others and tell these ones to discharge,
Yep.
probably. Because they're really, it's a bad spot for them.
Oh, yeah.
However, what I do think we need, which I'm going to... Oh, actually, no, that works perfectly, Luna. If you can build another small room off that door there, off the central control here, as a server room.
Oh, yeah.
That way we can centralize all the programmable blocks.
Yep.
Because at the moment, if I remember correctly, Tim is being driven off a drone. I think
It's being driven off of the drone that's
it's
over
being
here.
driven off this
Seriously,
thing.
you guys haven't fixed that yet?
No.
No.
No, it's being driven. It's that there is what is driving all of our resource and inventory management at the moment.
It is a drone.
Oh my.
Oh,
God,
actually,
you
no,
guys
it's
are-
not. No, it's not.
Oh.
No, because it's turned off. That programmable block is turned off.
Oh, is it the skink? No, it doesn't have a programmable block.
Inventory. It has to be on the main base somewhere.
I don't think so. I didn't put a programmable block down that I remember.
No, you didn't. Because we've got solar alignment down here. No. Fine. Show me where it is then.
Oh, it is the skink.
It is the skink, yeah.
Oh, right, it's underneath. You have 2 programmable blocks underneath.
Yeah. So at the moment, our inventory management is being controlled out of here.
I will get a server room whipped up real quick.
So
here.
it doesn't need to be very big. We only need probably about 4 programmable blocks. A room for at least 4, between 4 and 6.
Yep. And I'm giving it a little bit of a block buffer.
Yeah. It's just that it makes logical sense that it would actually be attached to central control.
Yep.
It has airs.
Huh?
The main
It
control
has
room.
air.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking we might put in the auto close, door close script as well.
Yep.
That way it makes sure that all the airlock doors and everything get closed automatically. And that will let me move the solar alignment script over as well. Like I said,
Yep.
centralize everything.
I can't withdraw. Are we out of? No, we can't be out of steel plates.
No. Where are you trying to pull it from?
Ah, that was my problem. I was trying to pull from the small cargo container that was by the medical room, but I couldn't draw like small steel tubes or something, so it was not happy.
Ah.
You have asked a Greebler to make a room.
Yes, yes, I have. Because I know it will be bloomin' gorgeous. And very pretty.
You said pretty, make it pink.
Sorry, pink
Why?
isn't pretty for me.
Why does he assume that pink is pretty? For me, turquoise blue is pretty. Can make it turquoise if you like. Or you can make it drab grey. Don't really matter. I decided since I was here talking about the solar alignment script, I might as well finish building out the solar panels.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, I'm getting close to the refinery room here. Whoops.
Well, that's right. We can then have catwalk comes off the back of the server room down into the refinery room if you wanted.
Yep.
Oh no, my energy is low. Whatever will I do? Oh no, maybe I will die. Dear oh dearie me. Alright.
I have beginnings of the server room.
Sweet. Let me have a look.
It's really hard to see when it's all in frame.
Ooh.
Yeah. Then you come down here.
Down in here. Excellent.
Yep. And it'll be its own pressurized little room.
No, love it. That's perfect.
And if we want to, I'll make sure there's enough room. We can put another door right here if we wanted to go somewhere else.
Excellent.
plenty of room for expansion as well.
Yeah.
Adding timer blocks, doing whatever we want.
I think if we end up using timer blocks, for example, the transmit receive script, we might put them somewhere else because they're an active control system as opposed to a programmable system.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it anyway. I usually separate them. We're out of girders as well. So Anubis, did the relog actually help?
A little bit.
Okay.
Had to drop all my settings down and then relog.
Oh, okay.
That kind of helped.
Yeah, well, I had to drop all my settings before as well, so I don't know.
I don't know. I think the server is just being overly finicky today.
I think so, yeah.
Kane's brilliance doesn't help.
Not particularly, no. Because they are just so over-optimized that they are so over-optimized that it's showing my sarcasm. It's just that's the power of their optimization.
Mm-hmm. Totally believable.
Excellent. I have them filled, folks. All right, well, that's all the solar panels. Which gives us a grand whopping total of 5 megawatts of solar power.
Thank you for reminding me. I actually need to go check the power on the relay and make sure that it has enough solar.
Mm-hmm.
Since it is running a lot of deep space
Yeah.
antennas. Fully recharged in 0 seconds. Fully depleted in 1 day. So yeah.
Oh, good. In other words.
Even with all of those 18.
Mm-hmm.
No, 12, because it's 6 on each side. Whew. Brain. saw sparking. Where are you?
Alright.
Ooh. Almost shot off in a direction I did not want to go.
Dun, 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 dun.
Found a bunch of frames inside there that I had to take down because they were inside a bunch of blocks.
Mm-hmm. We have a little hidey hole up there now.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, it's alright. I just filled up what was in there.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, interior wall, interior wall. Okay, so the rest of that's interior wall or industrial wall. Okay.
I know it's light armor, but
That's alright.
still having an extra layer just in case is good.
And really and truly, the only areas that absolutely need, or in my opinion, absolutely need heavy armor is like the reactor room.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But in our case, it's so buried, so
And
deep, you'd have to get
maybe,
through the rest of the base to get to it.
I was gonna say, and maybe the actual overall roof of the base.
Out of small steel tubes again.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm in the stairway, just so you know.
Okay. Just putting some more steel tubes into production. A couple of thousand of them, in fact.
Yeah, there we go.
Excellent. All right, now I will make use of this for bouncy. I'll make use of this for some. I'll stick some programmable blocks in here now.
I'm going to use corner lights instead of the...
Just hold off on the lights until I've actually put the stuff in. Otherwise, you might not be able to put stuff in. Yeah, we'll go with that.
the basic refinery doesn't process stone, does it?
No.
No.
Okay. In that case, I will send the survival kit to basically craft a metric fuck ton of stuffy stuffs.
Yep. That's basically what you got to do.
Okay, if my price is a little more than 500,000 stone anytime soon, then I'll be overly proud of myself.
Oh yeah, there's one refinery that doesn't have any improvements.
Oh, yes.
Was that the one that we were gonna have be all speed modules,
I think so.
or do we already have one that's all speed modules?
I don't think we do.
No, we do. It's the one that processes everything,
Ah, okay.
or all the big stuff.
Yeah, all the stuff, yeah.
All the standard stuff. I just realized if we do have the terminus go up into orbit, there's going to be no shield on this base,
Yep.
and the only guns we have are on the terminus and on the skink.
Which is another reason why I'm not too worried about it at the moment.
Yep.
What I'm thinking is, what I'll probably end up doing is go into a creative world and just do the basic block layout around
Okay.
the terminus,
Mm-hmm.
and then just bring that into this, and then I'll just build around or build off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That way, I'm still technically having to do the work here. It's just this way we can keep the base actually protected.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kaladin, this thing has like no thrusting power.
Sounds about right.
But I mean, it works. It works up here.
Yeah.
Because right now I'm just collecting ice to refill my hydrogen tanks.
Mm-hmm.
And not like this thing needs it. It's already refilled tanks.
Exactly. Damn it. What a pain that is.
What's up?
Uh, just putting programmable blocks in. You can't change and rotate the display on a programmable block,
Nope.
and I can only put 3 programmable blocks in here if I want them all up the right way.
Give me a second.
Oh, I can put 2 others in, but I've got to put them in upside down.
Oh, that's what I mean. Give me a second. I think I can fix that. Oh,
At the moment, 3 is all I need. At the moment, I was just putting in extras for redundancy.
perfect. 1, 2, 3. Nice.
I was just going to put another. I mean, I can put 2 more in above those 2 up there. I've just got to invert them.
I will make you a spot for 3 more.
Okay, thank you. Oh, actually, I need 2 more.
No, you're getting 3 more.
Well, okay, if you insist. I'm not going to argue.
That's a first.
You shut up, you. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But solar alignment is now being taken care of in here. We've actually got inventory on the base now, inventory management on the base now.
Good.
You think 440,000 is enough ice for my ship for now?
I don't know.
Go through it pretty quick, honestly.
I mean, I really don't. You gotta remember, I do a lot of space-based stuff, so I really don't go through ice that fast. And the most ice I actually do burn, or hydrogen I burn, is coming down to dock up at the end of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
And when
True.
I take off from the stream, or at the beginning of the stream.
So since you're using so little, we probably should empty one of your tanks so that it
Hey,
back into the
Right
base.
now, one of my tanks is empty.
Oh, okay.
And another one's at 50, and I've only got one that's actually full.
Okay.
So right now, I am actually trying to fill them.
The skink actually has a lot of hydrogen, which is good.
Yes.
That's the scout ship, so.
That's why it's got a lot of hydrogen. But it is also hydrogen powered only, I guess. I'm putting another layer of light armor blocks over here, Luna, where you expanded.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that if we want to do some remodeling inside, we can.
Yes.
namely those slopes you put in.
Mhm.
By doing this, we can potentially knock those slopes out and put timer blocks in there. If we need to actually service a timer block system.
Okay.
Because that gives, well, plus the other 2, 5. We could put 5 timer blocks in there by removing those slopes, those 2 by 1/2 slopes.
Okay.
Because I followed the design guide on the inside, and where I was saying that I could put the other 2 programmable blocks but invert them, I put the 2 by 1 large ends slope, just like you did with the expansion. All right.
You know, one of these days I'll remember earlier on that gyro overrides can be your best friend while mining.
They can, yes. Stops the ship drifting.
And it's working quite well for this type of miner.
Yeah.
Because this one's kind of a surface miner of sorts.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
So it actually lets me skim a lot better.
Hmm.
But I figured, I know that ice is one thing that we need, so might as well try and get as much as I can.
Yeah, that's what I did last time I went up there, and I came back with, what, a couple of million of it? We went through it pretty quick.
How are we doing on magnesium, by the way?
Let me have a look. We've got 1k magnesium in each of the assemblers, and we've got 8 assemblers, so that's 8k there. That's it. We've got about 8k of processed magnesium.
So we could actually use some.
Possibly, although 8k will last us for quite some time.
Not when you factor in the IU's missile.
Yeah, we've got a lot of missiles.
We have a ton of missiles.
We've got 1,329 missiles. And we've got 562 assault cannon shells.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got 59 autocannon magazines. We've got over 6,000 ammo boxes for Gatlings. We've only got 8 5.56 magazines.
We don't need many of those because those are from old builds.
That's old stuffs, yeah.
Yeah, technically, they're not supposed to be available anymore.
Yeah. We've got 128 MRB 8P mags. And we've got 334 MR50A mags. So, as for your missiles, we've got over 1,000 of them. So, we've got a few.
However, we probably do need more uranium at this point.
Well, always need more uraniums because, well, we need more uraniums.
Uranium? What's uranium?
We need lots more.
Kaladin, you are Englishing great today.
I know. We've got 36 uranium in each of our assemblers. And our reactor's got over 800 in the reactor, but that's all we've got. So that's
So uranium is something that we should be scouting.
uranium is something we should probably be grabbing, yeah.
Alright. I'll see if I can find something.
Whoa, For a minute, I couldn't do anything to blocks.
Yeah, I've been having that trouble myself. It's going hand in hand with my Englishing. I'm Englishing like an experts.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Alright, well,
Maybe if you're a kid going to school, you should try doing it.
nah, hell no. I go to several schools every day, every morning and afternoon.
All right, the hallway is now pressurized.
However, I was going to say, however, the main CNC is not. It is, it just for some reason had been depressurized and hadn't repressurized.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, it's fully pressurized now.
Welcome.
Yes.
Little observation area.
Okay, so it is all airtight down through here as well now too. So
Is there a way to lock out doors?
so that the auto script doesn't handle them,
Yes.
or so that they act as airlocks.
Because I want this one to stay open. This is an emergency door, basically, that turns this into an airlock if it depressurizes in here.
The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
I've got to remember how to do it. I think it's that. There. Okay, there you go. Put the word excluded in the name. It stops the auto script from handling it. Now, if you're wanting this to be an emergency bulkhead, what you need to be doing now is also finding the vent that's in here, and on the depressurized side of the vent, tell it to close that door. So that if the vent detects a drop in pressure, it will force this particular door shut.
I forget which one's which.
The first one is pressurized, second one is depressurized. And I would actually say that on the pressurized side of it, so make it open the door, and on the depressurized side, make it close the door. So if there's a drop in pressure, it'll close it, and when the pressure is restored, it will reopen it.
Done. So,
Now test it. Yep. Bingo. Door shut. So
it should open back up once this is pressurized. There we go.
yep, once it gets started, there you go. So that works. There you go. We have an emergency bulkhead.
Yep, I actually did that on purpose because I wanted there to be an emergency bulkhead for if we do depressurize this place by accident.
Yeah.
Which would happen a lot.
Yep.
It will?
No.
And look, you can look out into the manufacturing area a little bit.
Hello? Hello? Can you see me? Hello?
And then the idea is you open this door and then there'll be a catwalk
And it
that will take you-
depressurizes and closes the other door.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's cool.
there'll be another door here,
Yeah.
and it'll take you along a catwalk that that'll look out on to this area. So
Yep.
it'll be pressurized once the refinery area is pressurized.
Yep.
Which is going to be a while.
We'll get to it eventually.
But we actually have a little control area now.
Yep.
And the funny thing is I started with this little tiny control area because I wanted a spot where you could help Anubis dock, where we could help Anubis dock, and it turned into this.
Yeah, well, we let a Gribble God loose on construction.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're talking about. It's perfectly fine. I know nothing. I saw nothing. It's fine. It's fine. Just trust in the squirrel power.
Oh, yeah,
Squirrel
we absolutely. We were trusting squirrel power. By the power of squirrels, he has the power.
By the power of squirrels, you shall all bow before me.
That's King Squirrel, by the sounds of it, folks. He's decided to pay us a visit. Don't ask me why. We don't give him anything but grief.
Yeah, no, they don't even give him chocolate. I mean, what asshole?
I know. Well, squirrels die from chocolate, didn't you know?
Tomato, tomato?
There's scientific evidence to suggest that squirrels will die if they eat chocolate, so therefore we must eat it first.
Makes sense to me.
I do not understand your logic. Whatever.
Oh, I didn't say anything about logic.
Logic?
It's yeah. Call it logics. What is this words you speak of? These words you spoke about. Yeah, that's them.
No, I'm sitting here looking at my hydrogen, or my emergency hydrogen tank. It's only at 54%. My main hydrogen tank is at 0%. My auxiliary is at 100. It's heartbreaking to see that much hydrogen not being there.
Mm-hmm. You don't like seeing tanks that have got less than full capacity, don't you?
Well, bite me.
Prefer not to. Might catch something. Like, I don't know, rabies or something.
The only thing you'll catch is stupidity.
Oh, hey. I have a bit more hydrogen than I thought. I have about 48% in all 4 of my industrial tanks.
Nice.
So, because there's just one light lit up, so I was concerned about that. But looking at that, it's actually not that bad.
No.
I'm pretty sure I can make this jump. Yeah, I can make it.
I really am getting tired of seeing that Twitch message about the fact that you're not watching this on Twitch.
Yeah, well, you're not my mom, so I mean,
Yeah, but that's the point, see? Twitch is being a nag. I mean, you really think that the person who is watching multi-Twitch doesn't know that they're not on Twitch TV? Twitch
Obviously
Twitch
not.
TV doesn't offer the ability to watch more than one stream at the same time.
Ooh, it's dark in here.
Now, if Twitch themselves offered the ability to watch more than one stream at the same time, then guess what? People would watch it on the official Twitch, wouldn't they?
theoretically, yes.
Well, considering they're getting rid of their Twitch app.
Which is
Good.
stupid. It's still stupid, though, because the whole world revolves around apps, didn't you know? I mean, I have it, but I don't
Twitch
use it.
app does suck.
Yeah, I don't. I agree. I mean, I have it on my phone, but I actually don't use it.
And look at this, Kaladin. I found uranium.
Yay! We have more uraniums. Just what we really didn't. What we really do need. Yes, yes, yes. We really do need.
Do need or don't need?
Do need.
Yep,
Okay.
we need.
Don't fuck with my fragile brain. You already know thinking power is not my strong suit. Now I just gotta get the shield covered over opening area up here. There we go. Now I can go line it up.
Oh yeah, Luna, did you end up putting lights down in... Oh, okay, you're doing that. Just saw your stream.
Yep. Putting lighting in the server room.
Yep.
Server room.
How dare you?
I know.
What? I like being able to see.
What a monster. Okay, so Callie,
Mm.
if I were to take out this middle drill, would it make any real difference? Because, I mean, you've got a 3x3 here.
Possibly not. You should be... It should be okay to take it out.
Because I was thinking about taking that out and putting a camera.
Camera there. Yeah, no, I know what you... I gathered that as soon as you asked. You should be fine to do that. You might, just as a precaution, need to just sort of maybe shuffle like a little left, little right as you drill, as you're drilling, just to make sure that the drill's either side, or front and back, forward and back, just to make sure that the drill's either side of the gap. Just clean up any stray voxels that may get missed right in the very center of the gap, which, well, keen. All right. Yes, we'll do that. I've pushed this support pillar one further out to match your slope on the top landing deck. And we'll push it right the way down into the voxels.
All right, there we go. The airlocks on the outside of the tower are now set up as airlocks.
Awesome.
Took me a minute. I had to read the
Instructions on how to do it, yeah.
Yeah, but I got it.
Yeah. I've just moved the support pillar here out one extra.
Okay.
That way, when you do your catwalky thing that comes out over the refineries, it'll be on the inside of the wall.
Okay.
Now. Anubis, did you clean up that prepare for boarding ship altogether, or
No,
No.
I couldn't move when I got near it,
no? That's fine.
and I haven't tried going back near it yet. I do want to clean it up, and I can see it from orbit. I just, yeah, computer spazzed out.
Yep.
Big time.
Over there.
Nice. I hooked up a light, so now when you're in the tower, you can tell when someone's going through the airlock.
Cool. We've got ion thrusters and we've got hydrogen thrusters.
Oh, you're looking at that ship?
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring the forklift over?
I would make sure that I did get all the weapons first.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, actually.
Yep. Hacking chip.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, actually.
Okay. I can drop it out. Ooh, the Gatlings. The Gatlings would tear it to shreds.
Yeah, no, there was only one Gatling that I could see that on the top side it was burning. There was a missile launcher that was burning.
Yeah, I mean, our Gatlings, if I brought it in.
Yes.
That's why you turn them off.
The interior turret is actually literally fallen off it. And my inventory is full, but whatever.
Wrong with that.
Let me just get rid of the scrap. I actually was coming over here just to salvage useful components, if there was any, but also just sticky beak. We've got a refinery here
Mm-hmm.
that is
Honestly,
pretty dead.
if we could rebuild some of that, that could actually be turned into a mining or a.
It's on its side.
Alright, I have to come and take a look at it.
I'm trying to decide which side it's on.
It's on one of the sides that it's on.
Yeah,
Where are you? I see flaming wreckage. There it is.
it's on its side. Useful is hydrogen tanks. We've got that one. Looks like it's nearly dead. Yeah, that one's nearly dead. We've got a hydrogen tank that's full. Oh, nearly full. Some shit. Yeah, no, is actually full. One full hydrogen tank.
Mm-hmm. Now, this thing, I would say, this thing could be completely reconfigured just the way it is now. On its quote-unquote side, could become its new top.
Up. Yeah.
Yeah. Just reorient a few things.
Right, I haven't taken a really super look at it.
There is nothing in the cargo container. There's batteries.
Interior components, construction components were on the ground.
Yeah, no.
So one of the containers went
No,
pop.
no, that was me grinding.
Oh, okay.
I had a
Perfect.
full inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing
Assembler.
Full batteries.
Yeah. I would actually chop off this living quarters projectile bit that's off the side here, or at least
Yep.
if you're going to rebuild it, reorient it sideways. Rotate
There's
it.
no.
No,
there's no
there's
ammo
no
left
ammo
in
in
that
any
thing.
of them. No, there's no ammo left in any of them.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, okay, no, Luna, go and get a hacking chip.
Yeah.
Let's hack it.
Off I go.
And I agree. If we make the new orientation the way it's oriented now to the planet, just for something different, the old habitat section will actually rotate its orientation and make it its new cockpit, which so it's asymmetrical. The cockpit's off to one side. I know that's going to trigger your OCD, but
I'm already tolerating it with my ship.
Well, since we're going to do that, I might as well put the stuff I'm picking up into the large cargo container that I just took control of.
But I
Okay.
mean,
We could reconfigure it so it.
entities, people.
That didn't
For
sound
some
good.
reason, for some reason, my jetpack did not stop me.
Huh.
Well, I had everything on me for it, so you can go ahead and grab it. If you can find my backpack.
Yeah, I mean, if we can reconfigure this thing just right, then we could actually turn it into a mobile processing plant.
It's not big enough.
Or
It's only got a single. It's got 2 hydrogen tanks, but only a single refinery.
I said if we can reconfigure it right.
Yeah. It has.
All right, hacking
It's
chip.
gonna take work, I know that much.
Oh, we've got 54k of ice in the O2H2 generator.
Nice.
Fine, I'll just shit all this ice out.
No,
No, save that ice.
there's a second. There's a second O2H2 generator here too. It's. I'd have to weld it up before I could grind it down to control it.
Nope, we have a hacking chip. It's working.
It's working.
Working away, yep.
Excellent. The gravity generator is on its side here, so that's going to have to be repositioned.
Switching targets.
But like I said, if you have, check this out, Leonard. If we convert this into the cockpit, I actually like the idea of having the cockpit offset like that.
Yep.
And I'd
It's just
take the
like asymmetry.
antenna here and I'd project it off the front here of this side, of this section.
Mm-hmm. That works for me. I got it. Why? Oh, the gravity generator.
It's the gravity
That's why.
generator.
I was
Yeah.
like, why is everything falling sideways?
Well, the large container here is owned by us, so
Nice.
at the moment I'm just grinding stuff and throwing it in there so we can pull the resources as we need them to make this thing flight worthy, if you can call it that.
All right, I added a bunch of steel plates to that hydrogen tank so that if we do bump it against something, it's not going to instantly go pop.
Good.
Or alternatively, we could turn it into a hydrogen processing ship.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Oh, look at this conveyor sorter on it.
Yeah.
That is almost dead.
Almost, or is.
Almost. As in, it has some parts in it. It doesn't work, but it has some parts.
Probably won't be able to weld that up enough. I'm just curious to see whether there's actually hydrogen in this one.
No, because it popped.
No.
Oh. No, I don't see any. No lights. Nope, 0.
Yeah, although, yeah. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's welded up now, so.
Yep.
Flight seat. There's one over here. I'm going to grind it and. Hang on, is there no flight seat? Thought I
Nope, no
s-
flight seat, just a kitchen.
Oh, I need somewhere to actually. I know. Here we go.
Do you
Lounge
see? Is
chair.
it just me, or do you see this floating light as well?
Lounge chair. I can sit on a lounge chair, and we own the lounge chair, so
Oh yeah. Okay.
get energy.
Yep.
It's got 51% hydrogen.
Oh, we own the bed too.
Yeah. Awesome.
It has 4 hours of power left.
We
And
have
with the amount of hydrogen it has left, once we hack everything, then we can take it over. That just emptied all the hydrogen from that.
no, it didn't.
Oh, it didn't?
No.
Oh, I'm surprised. Usually stuff like that happens. And why is the speed module on its side?
Oh no, it's attached to.
Only one of them is. Were there two?
I think there might have been
Assemblers on here?
yeah, because this one's flagged as assembler main and assembler slave. Assembler slave is grayed out, so there must be another assembler somewhere.
Do you see this interior light floating here?
I do, and I think that's probably
No, there wasn't another assembler there.
no, there wasn't. But see, it's floating because there is actually a block there,
Oh, there is. Look at that.
a 2x1.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here it is, right here. It's almost dead.
And this O2H2 generator is almost dead too.
Yep.
We need
But
steel
here's the-
plates.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this thing has 3 H2O2 generator.
Yeah.
Man, this refinery is all set up with speed and a power efficiency.
What the fuck is that? It's called oxygen pressurizer. Oh,
Huh?
a vent.
Oh, event. Good lord. If we need steel plates, we could always take down the gravity generator.
Well, I would for the moment. We can, if we want to put it back later, we can.
Yep. We would have to reorient it, yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be reoriented anyway. Just
Yep.
not essential systems, but there we go. And we've got 54k of ice in this one as well.
Ooh, nice.
The assembler here is nearly dead. Oh, this is the slave assembler.
Yep.
Okay, it's the gravity component, so I can go in there.
Ooh, I see a problem. We only have one thruster, hydrogen thruster facing down remaining, and it's almost dead.
What does it need?
I just right clicked on it. It needs steel plate, construction components, metal grids, and large steel tubes.
We have got none of the above.
We had a little bit because it pulled it in, some of it into my inventory. We had the construction components or something to finish to top it off.
We've got 20 missiles in one of the cargo containers here.
Nice.
Missiles! Boomsticks. Boomsticks.
Weird. Some of this design is very weird.
Yeah, it is. Oh, there's another O2H2 generator.
Yeah, there's 3 on this thing, at least.
4.
4? Oh, wow.
And there's one of them still damaged.
Yep. Oh, gyros.
Assembler.
This thing has 4 gyros, and I just found the other. Nope, I didn't. I thought I did, but I hadn't.
Oh no, I found it. There it is there.
Ah.
And if we can get the assembler fixed, with oh no, we don't have the resources to be able to actually do it.
We have one assembler up and running.
Yeah, but we'd need to break stuff down to be able to get materials to be able to repurpose them.
Yep. Well, I was just gonna start grabbing a couple things from. Ooh. These wheels have 10 large steel tubes in them back here. The
Nice.
wheels.
Yep, take them.
All right, I'm gonna put them in the engine back here. All right, we just need 30 metal grids.
Don't have metal grids. What's got metal grids in it? Heavy armor stuff. What have we got that's got heavy armor?
Heavy armor.
The refinery is functional.
Yep. Nickel is what's needed for.
Motors have got nickel in them.
Yep. So you can. Yeah, we only have light armor, so. Yeah, you could always take apart a bunch of motors. We're gonna need more than that one hydrogen thruster, though, I think, to even hope to lift off. Ooh, I'm
Dismantling.
almost out of hydrogen. My tank ended, and I didn't realize it.
Alright, what did we get out of that? 23 nickel.
30 plates is what, 30 grids.
We need cobalt as well.
Do we have cobalt?
We've got half the required nickel, but we've got none of the cobalt. Just trying to think, what do we have that actually has cobalt in it? Over here, that is.
Well, I had to come over to the base to get hydrogen, so I can always just grab some grids.
Yeah, grab some grids.
All right, I grabbed enough grids to make another hydrogen engine.
Okay.
They're 40 each. Or no, I think, no, dang it, I forgot. I did not grab enough for 2 engines, never mind. Ignore me.
Oh, good.
It's trying to fire.
Huh? Oh, the thruster.
Yeah, thruster, so I turned it off.
Yep.
I control it. So let me check the chip.
Yeah, we're not quite there, I don't think.
Nope.
Not quite, though. Mostly it's incomplete stuff. Speed modules. It's the
Yep,
speed modules. Let's just take off the speed modules, maybe?
They're the ones on the refinery, I think, because they're the ones that are complete. All right, there we go.
Alright.
Attempting to hack speed module 3. Speed module 3, access denied.
Yep.
But I just went and hacked them all. Oh no, speed module 3. Where is... Oh, it's down here.
Is it that one down there, is it? That's power efficiency. Okay, now.
I am short one motor.
Did you check the large cargo container? Because I put some in there.
No, we're short one motor.
Make one.
Yep.
Because the nickel would have been put into the assembler, but it wasn't
Got it.
used, so
No, this thing even has a basic refinery.
yeah.
Alright, I got the small cargo container going that has a bunch of missiles in it.
Excellent.
Do we want to put on a control station?
In the process of trying to do that, actually.
Okay, because I am going to fit another hydrogen, and I was trying to find a good spot for it, and I found one. And I am actually going to head back to base and grab the rest of what I need.
I'm just trying to reinforce the neck here.
Just need 20 steel grid.
Damn it, I need displays and computers.
I'm at the base. I will grab
I
some.
need 100 computers and 5 displays.
On my way. Just gotta look for the flaming wreckage. Oh, there's a little piece of it that went forward.
Yeah.
It's a spotlight. It's just a spotlight sitting in the crater way up there.
There's 3 gyroscopes on this thing.
Yep. All right. Displays and computers are in there.
Excellent.
All right. I want to make sure that thing is built before I finish welding this on, so that way you can hit Z and turn it off. Although since we have finished hacking, you could have taken down the hacking chip.
Oh, possibly. All right.
Ready?
So what am I doing? Seeing if we can take
just-
off.
Just hitting Z so that way it does not take off.
Okay.
Because that's going to start firing.
Auto
There we go.
damps are off.
There we go. All right, I am going to turn you on.
Yep.
All right, I'm clear. You have 2 down thrusters.
All right. We have
We
life.
have liftoff.
We have life. Whoa, boy, oh boy, those gyroscopes make this thing touchy.
Jesus, yeah. Oh, this spotlight was 100% intact.
Huh. Actually, I'm just going to turn off 2 of those gyros.
Yep, I was actually coming over to do that manually for you.
They're off. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right, it's a bit more sluggish, but at least it's more controllable.
Taking it back to the base.
Yep.
It's been hacked, so nothing should open fire on it.
I'm headed to the base ahead of you just to make sure.
Yep.
I will get in control of the guns. If they start opening fire, I will immediately turn them all off.
Well, I mean, when I look in here, everything is owned by us. Everything else that's not is just incomplete. Although maybe some of the incomplete stuff is not owned by us. It's owned by nobody. Ah, actually, no. This stuff is owned by nobody. This thing wasn't a. This thing was not a spurt one.
Oh.
It was a neutral faction
Oh, nice.
owned by nobody.
I am still in control of the Gatlings.
Yep.
I'm hovering.
This is just bizarrely asymmetrically gorgeous.
Yep, it's green on my scanners.
So where shall we put it?
All right.
This is almost as big as the Terminus.
I know. She has an aft attacher.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is we won't plug it to the base at this point.
No.
Maybe put a landing gear so that we can settle it down on the actual voxels.
All right, I have a landing gear all set. Where are you? I see your shadow. Where are you? There you are.
Just bringing it down inside the shield.
Let's make sure it doesn't. Yep. Okay, it's not going poof. All right, I am. What? Why didn't it? It did not grab everything. That was weird.
Well,
It did
actually-
not
It's not as big as the Terminus. Not quite as long, and it's not as fat.
yeah. Hey.
Sorry,
Face
large
it,
boned.
Wonder, the Terminus is a girthy beast.
Large boned.
Yeah.
Large boned.
Yes. All right, you're green.
We're good. All right. So
God, this thing is ugly.
I know it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
No, I like it. Yeah. No, we're gonna rebuild, slightly redesign and rebuild this. Like
Yep.
the catwalks are running, well, 90 degrees. We have to fix that. But
Yep.
put in the cockpit. I don't know. Maybe you can move this cockpit rather than it being right at the front here. Maybe push it, say, midsection,
Mm-hmm.
but still asymmetrically off the side.
I would almost say turn it into kind of a pod, like a separate pod.
Yeah,
Where it,
just like sitting off the side here. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe even put it on a merge block and have it so that it could almost be a life pod of its own, life escape pod of its own.
oh, okay.
Well, why not? And that way, if you need to, you can actually just drop the merge block and separate and scoot off in a little survival pod. Escape pod. Use the whole command center as an escape pod and put it central to the ship back here, but still keep it this bulbous asymmetrical blob off the side.
Yep.
Just because
Well,
it
and
will
what I-
look different.
Oh yeah. And what I mean by pod is like compress it a little bit and
Yeah.
draw it out, so it's more of a tube.
Yes. Yeah, make it say nearly twice as long, but not as high. I mean, only as high because it was originally on its side.
Yeah. Make it less of a deformed sphere.
Yes. Yeah. Make it an ovoid,
Yes.
elongated.
And I am
But there's
fixing
another
up
project.
its solar panels, so
It'll keep those batteries
Theoretically, it
charged.
shouldn't-
Yep.
yeah, so theoretically it shouldn't die.
Yep.
One's already repaired. Alright, got another landing pad I need to build.
It's alright, you like building landing pads.
I was gonna say
I
you
do.
love it.
I do.
Well, it's mostly the challenge that he loves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because he's got to factor in how the ship's going to fit there, how it's going to sit.
Yeah, and I have to say, I guessed almost 100% on your ship and managed to make a pad that fits it.
Fits like a glove. Yep.
Yep. And I like how oddly high up that searchlight is. That light is.
Hmm. Maybe keep it that way.
Yep.
Yeah, actually keep it that way. I mean, originally that was on its side, that was sticking out to the side, but
Mm-hmm.
this, yeah, keep it that way. I mean,
Yeah.
oh, it's got no computers in it. I was going to say it would make an interesting decoy, but it's got no computers in it.
No, yeah. We're probably gonna want to swap it out for the deep space spotlight,
Possibly, yeah.
so that way it has actual useful range.
Mm. And Mr. Anubis is returning.
Yeah, I was just cleaning up some of the debris nearby.
Yeah, cool. I'm just welding stuff up, making sure it's not sparking and carrying on anymore.
There's an antenna that is not complete on this. There it is.
Ooh, there's a small cargo container here that's got a whole lot of stuff in it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of random stuff on ships like that, which I kind of like.
Yeah, it's got gravity generators, and it's got large tubes and steel plates, and which is, unless the build system's actually dumped it in there when we've just dumped it into the large coking container, which is also very possible. I think we can take this hacking computer off now.
Yes.
Gone.
Max Spike.
Yeah, I think some stuff is spawning in.
Yeah. Actually, what surprises me is, oh, that was the basic refinery that was working. The main refinery is like nearly broken. I'm surprised that it is actually still intact. Because if the big refinery had gone, it would have split the vessel in half.
Yep. Well, that's why I pumped a bunch of stuff into that hydrogen tank that was right hooked up to everything.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, I'm pulling a lot of scrap out of this refinery whilst I'm trying to repair it.
Yep.
I mean, there's about 7k's worth of scrap I've pulled out of it so far.
Let me know if you need any help there, Anubis.
With what?
With docking.
Oh, already there. Already done.
Good.
I was just depositing ice into the system.
Perfect. And since the Terminus does have almost 50% in all 4 of her tanks, go ahead and set yours to stockpile.
Alright, refinery is repaired.
Because right now she's just a hydrogen storage tank for the base.
Energy low.
All right, the relay's up and running.
Excellent.
Oh wow.
Hopefully we'll get some decent feedback on it soon.
Yep. Everything's green across the board.
Excellent.
Now, I just need to go over the manual of how to actually use it.
What, you managed to get a manual? Crumbs.
Oh.
I'm gonna go ahead and weld up my landing pad since it's likely to go boom.
Yep. What happened, Luna? Ooh. Luna's network just dropped.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know. My internet just went.
Yeah, that's what I was just noticing. I guess your stream and everything died.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, the amount of scrap I'm pulling out of this thing as I'm repairing these systems. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of scrap.
Oh, hell yeah. Ah, I found the remote control block. That sucker's got to come out.
Oh yes.
Now, just make sure that we're not going to split the ship in half to do this.
And since my stream dropped, I just said I'm
Yeah.
just finished. Did my closing thing.
Excuse me.
Waiting for server to respond. I'm not sure if I can rejoin. Oh, I bet I need to get Steam to reconnect.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
Waiting for Space Engineers to shut down. Steam is now not wanting to launch. There we go.
Okay, I think that's actually got all the systems repaired. Let me just check. Oh, except for the gravity generator.
Well, that needs to be reoriented anyways.
Yeah, and every other system is now repaired.
Nice.
So let's just pull the rest of that gravity generator off. You.
Alright, I can rejoin now. Because I am flying in the air right now.
Yes, I noticed. Saw you flying up there.
Yep.
Now. Let's put it up here.
Something is low. Energy.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Janice is just nagging as usual.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whew. This tower turned out to be a little closer to your ship than I thought.
Oh,
Your ship, Anubis.
Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Ah! Okay, I'm over it. I mean, I'm clearly concerned about it.
oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, clearly.
absolutely. You can see you're absolutely traumatized about it.
And it actually kind of works, as long as I don't jolt or anything
Mm-hmm.
while landing. It should be fine.
Hmm.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And I actually kind of like where it is and how it's set up, because
Yes.
it kind of works.
Well, it has a little airlock and everything, so.
And then there was oxygen.
Yep. We have an oxygenated base. Partial.
We have an oxygenated hidey hole.
Basically.
Yeah, that's all you nerdy people.
Yep.
That is not oxygenated.
No.
Okay, let's just redo this.
Why are you creeping on me? I mean, seriously.
Hi. How you doing?
What
I've
are
been
you
trying to track you
space
down for your, because you're. I've been trying to track you down for your extended warranty.
Yeah, well, you know what? Where's that middle finger emote?
What? You don't have the extended warranty? Oh dear.
And then I think what I might do is this blank area here that doesn't have anything over it. By the refinery and storage.
I
think
was looking for the med kit.
Med bay up on
Oh.
the top here.
medbay up top. This blank area I think I'll turn into residential.
Uh-huh.
And I think I might actually give us rooms rather than closets like I did last time.
I call dibs on the master suite.
So why would you want the smallest room?
Exactly. I mean, really?
I said the master suite.
That's what we
not the
said.
minion suite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to make us all presidential suites, but if you want a master, okay.
Yeah, we're not going to complain.
I'm just over here making this platform a little bit more durable for all of the I've been having.
Oh, yeah. Ah, okay, I see.
And I deposited all the uranium that I picked up since my refinery does not process that type of material.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Anything, because the way your connector's now set up, you have to manually transfer
Oh,
everything. So,
Yep, I deposited pretty much all of the ice that I gathered as well as the uranium.
Well, with the H2O2 farm that we've got, we probably have already. No, we have not processed it yet. It's processing it right now.
Processing.
Processing failed.
Processing failed. Do you want to play a
Really?
game?
I'll play a game. It involves a soccer ball and a head.
Oh, hey! I just realized Keen fixed.
Now, those are two things
The-
you wouldn't expect to hear in the same sentence, would you?
I know they fixed the light armor corner 2x1x1 base. Remember how the end of it used to be a square
Mm-hmm.
in the frame when it
Yes.
was in its frame? It's
Yeah.
not anymore. It's
Ah,
actually triangular.
that's scary. How dare they? Okay,
Without
let's
breaking that.
do that.
Oh, right. Skink. Yeah, dock for the skink there. And a dock for the thing there.
For the unnamed.
Seriously? Huh. That O2H2 generator apparently was not connected to the one
What?
next to it. It was
What?
connected to the conveyor elbow that was at the end of it.
Who built that and how did they perform such magic?
I know.
I can get
We've
my
got a world block.
forklift in.
Yeah, we've got world blocks. We'll just use the world block and we'll push it back into place. Although I do want you to rotate it around 90 degrees, 180 degrees, so that the large conveyor ports match up. The large
Right.
conveyor ports were not matching up. So let me just find this. Oop, that one there. We want two of these suckers. Are you shitting me, Keen? Really? Give me the materials for two of these things.
Yeah, I've noticed my thing's been acting up as well.
Okay, so we're going to have to... That's what it was. The conveyor ports themselves are a snap point, a connection point. But the other half back here is not.
Oh.
And they had them so the conveyor ports were not matching up. So neither conveyor
Why?
port was... Yeah, I know, exactly. So if I
Right.
put this other one... Let me just get rid of this light.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I have lights on this thing.
Put that there. Now you'll need to rotate 180 degrees.
That's fine.
Because that way, it's conveyed directly through each of them.
Make sure I'm straddling it here. There we go.
Yep. So I'd probably swing across this way a little bit just to clear the ship properly. Move towards the base. Yeah, you should be clear to go up there.
just to let you know, I am having this really, really weird feeling
Hmm.
that when I try and attach this, it's not going to work and I am going to fly up into space. I don't know why.
Should be okay.
And that's the thing. I should be okay, but for some reason, I'm
Yeah.
having this thing where it feels like I've done this before.
Okay, yeah, deja vu thing.
It's because this is Space Engineers and you have done this before.
Yeah. Bit further forward. Oh, okay. Come
I
forward.
need it up.
Yep. Go forward. Alright, now slowly move to your left. Bingo. Reconnected. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's why this thing exists.
Yes.
This race car of a forklift.
Yeah. Because what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to put the new command pod back in this center section here,
Mm-hmm.
off to the side, sort of the same distance out, but you'll come out of the main command pod onto this section here. Because I also want you to be able to get up here, up on top here, just so you can come out on deck if you want. I know it sounds weird, but I'm going to put the merge block on here. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We've actually got the transformer boxes in. Can't remember what mod
Mhm.
that's from.
Transformer boxes.
They're
Oh, and this little hydrogen tank. I forgot about that one.
Which one?
The slim hydrogen tank.
Yeah, I can't remember what the transformer box mod is. What mod is that from?
The pipes, because
Maybe.
what is it?
I don't even know what block you're talking about.
No, yeah, because I can't find a transformer block.
Okay, do a search for merge block.
Energy low.
No, small merging.
If you only do ME, then it comes up. It's from your Ixer.
Oh, I guess there's stuff. Is it?
Your Icaster, it's transformer as it is transforming the conveyor port into the pipes. Ooh,
You sure?
I think so. Or is it a battery?
It's like a battery.
Okay. Your ship's a little unstable for me to stand on.
Yeah, it's
I
like a
wonder,
battery.
I keep forgetting there's that camera down next to the connector.
Yep.
I just keep eyeballing it.
Oh yeah, I put it on there, so I'm not surprised.
Well, even when I put stuff on there or like that, I always forget about it.
It's looking good over here.
There's assembly is going to have to get moved.
Yeah.
Just easy enough. Take out that block there and rotate it 90 degrees. That'll work. Take out that block there.
Yep. I need to be able to put
Well,
a...
guess what? That will actually then match with the friggin' speed module that's underneath it.
Yep. But that's the other thing is you'll be able to attach a third business module to it
Yeah.
instead of just the two.
Mm-hmm.
Energy critical.
Well, fine, Janice. What a nag.
Well, yeah.
You're not paying her enough attention.
Why would I want to?
Because she loves you.
The thing
No.
claims to only have 3 hours of power. My guess is because of all the equipment that's turned on.
Probably.
And the nice thing too, if you want to, this back central area that has these conveyors,
Mm-hmm.
what you can do is this mass back here of thrusters. What you can do is put the up, down, left, right thrusters on these cargo conveyors in the middle.
Yeah, potentially.
So you can free up some more of this block
Yeah.
that's in the back.
The hydrogen ones, at least. Like this grey block
Yeah.
here originally wasn't here.
Yeah. The hydrogen thrusters you would want to.
So you could
put
stick
there.
one there and one on matching the other side.
Mm-hmm.
That embeds them
Yep. And I'm saying that because
rather than
this
them
is-
fully protruding like this.
Yeah. And I'm saying that because this is this back engine area. I hate to say it, is not very creative. It is just
It's
a block of engines.
ugly. Is ugly is what it is.
Oh, dear.
I don't know what to do. Oh dear.
The
What?
landing gear for me is sunken into the ground.
Well, it hasn't.
Okay.
So you're good. It's all good.
Oh, that's why it was vibrating for me. Is because the server wasn't. Because my client was saying one thing and the server was saying another.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just won't touch it. Got it.
Okay. So. That's probably not a good place for that. You can go away.
Hmm. Oh yeah, that's what you could do. Is you could move all of the ion thrusters onto the cab,
Potentially, yeah.
and then have the hydrogen thrusters be on the main body. Huh. Sorry, just an idea.
Well, that's right. That's forward and reverse. The problem is the hydrogen tank there.
Yeah. True.
Unless we just push it. No. That. Thank you. To there. Unless make it one wider. Yes, make it one wider. Because then we can do things like pull this back in one. Hang on. What am I doing? Let me just get my microphone closer so I'm not. Hmm.
Yeah, I think the server's struggling a little bit because it couldn't pull girders. I went in and had to manually pull them, so they were in there.
Huh. How weird.
And I can tell someone's artificial gravity is on because I'm a little cockeyed in the base.
Well, I know that mine's on, but the ship usually levels out to the base.
Yeah, this one's on.
Ah, okay.
There you go.
And I think yours is tight to your ship, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it shouldn't affect the base anyway.
That's all. I just turned this one off. So I forgot that this one was on when I welded it back up.
I was gonna say, what do you need artificial gravity, Cowden? You don't even like this.
Oh, that's right.
Station.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I'm just yelling at my suit.
Ah,
Go back out with the medical station. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so Janice is annoying you too, huh?
No, she doesn't talk to me. It's the perks to having a malware system installed on my suit. I don't have to deal with it.
Uh-huh.
See, it was alright for the first while, and then she eventually just started pissing me off.
Yeah.
And then I made it to where I just didn't have this tag. And it's not like anyone can blame me.
Oh, no,
No.
not at all. You could have
Well,
shared, though.
Yeah.
But
Who's to
no.
say I didn't share it? I just haven't figured out solve the problem.
You didn't share. Otherwise, I wouldn't be getting annoyed by nagging Janice.
Or maybe you just didn't pay attention to a particular setting in your suit.
I never pay attention.
I'm adding more catwalks.
Okay.
You're a catwalkaholic.
I know.
You need to start getting some of this place welded up. Because I can tell you that's not helping my computer any.
No.
Fuck you.
Yeah, we need like a welding ship of some sort.
Those things cost money.
Nah, they just cost owners brain power and time.
Huh?
Okay, Kaladin's brain power.
What? He has got us mistaken for somebody else, I'm sure.
I think he does.
Nope.
Definitely.
Not at all.
But yeah,
What?
he actually probably
Now-
would be.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, it probably isn't a bad idea to start welding a bunch of this stuff up, just so we can get an idea of what the base actually looks like.
That's why I was building up that stuff.
Alright,
But I welded up.
kind of why I'm over here. Oh, hey, we need more iron.
No, we don't. At least we bloody well shouldn't. If you mean steel plates, though, then maybe yeah, we do. I mean, I've been queuing up like 10,000 at a time. Steel plates.
Right now we've got about 60,000 that I know of.
Giggle, giggle.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least it's a giggle and not a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one's borderline snort.
Kinda. She can now be called Snorty McSnortlebutt.
Snortle for short.
I almost want you to call her that just to hear her reaction.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Aw, come on. Afraid
Nah.
of your own kid?
No. I will deny everything. I always deny everything.
Okay, he's not afraid of his own kid. He's terrified of his own.
I don't know why you wouldn't be.
I don't have a kid, so I don't have to be or worry about being terrified of him.
True.
He says that now.
Hi, Lunar. I think that's.
Hmm?
Hey, you playing Mr. Welder over?
Yeah, I stopped building and
I have all the icons turned off, so I can't tell
oh yeah.
because I am jolting all.
Ah. Yeah, I will say all these frames are actually starting to give me a little bit of a headache.
Well, it's not even the headache aspect of it. It's just the way or the amount of extra stuff they have to render.
Yeah. That too.
Honestly, I kind of like the trust, but
Your computer does not.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I am very confused because light armor block, I do the middle click,
Mm-hmm.
and I do it until my inventory is full,
Yeah.
just before it, adds it to the queue. And then I go through and weld a bunch of blocks, and I end up with more n- with in with
with excess.
with not enough for a new block, but more than I need for finishing one block, which is
Yeah.
weird because all I use is light armor large block, and that's what I've been welding.
I know it's stupid.
I think it's because the server is a little jumpy.
Angry.
The server's being a
I blame
douche.
Todd and Brooke made it angry.
Actually, I think it is doing it properly because steel plates start with 1 in order to place them.
They do.
And I'm going off of the ghost, so it is doing the entire 25. So if
Oh.
I weld 10, I'll have 10 extra plates.
Yes.
So it's just me not being able to do math. Never mind.
Oh, your maths and good.
Energy low.
Holy shit, you're right. We was out of iron. No, we're not. Assemblers has got plenty of iron in it.
For now.
Hang on. One of the assemblers is out of iron.
Yep. That is actually concerning.
Well, I know where there's a whole stack of millions of iron ore that needs to be picked up.
Well,
But we're not going to do it today.
no, yeah. That's a stream within itself.
Oh, not really. It's just over at the old silver mine.
Yep.
There's so much iron over there, it's not funny. But that'll be, let's take something like your ship, the Terminus, because we will probably have nearly 2 full cargo containers full. Oh no, probably maybe 1 full cargo container full.
Yep.
As in full. I mean, we're talking about 6 million,
Nice.
which I think will keep us going for a little while. Just a little while.
That is going to overflow the base storage, most likely.
No, we've got 3 big cargo containers there.
Yeah, true. One of them is designated as ammo, as the magazine, though.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, Anubis. I don't know if you. We told you something we discovered in our testing
Probably not.
regarding ammunition storage.
Mm.
If you're storing NATO or missiles in a cargo container, if that cargo container is hit until it is damaged, it will detonate
It will go booms.
like a warhead.
So what you're saying is that we need to make cargo or storage container based warheads.
That'd work.
That would be more expensive than making actual warheads.
Yeah, but they expect a warhead. They don't expect a cargo container.
Yeah, true. But basically, what I'm saying is you actually kind of need to create a protected area with a specialized cargo container that is your ammo magazine. Because we discovered it when one of the cargo containers exploded and split the terminus in half.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you let the terminus get blown in half?
I was doing
Testing.
ammo testing.
Mm.
Uh,
I was simulating some turret designs. What, did you not want me to figure out how to help put a turret on your ship?
Well, I mean, that's always a bonus, but I think you are more just trying to figure out how to blow people's ships up.
Well,
Well, it's
we've been found
actually
out.
it's actually kind of important to know the weakness of your ship.
Yeah. Let's just
The
face it,
weakness
Lena.
of my
We've been discovered. We've been found out.
If
We
you
just wanted to learn how we could blow his ship up with well placed round.
Hmm.
Of course, we'd never do such a thing. It's just beneath us.
Right.
My God, are all the steel plates?
Mm-hmm. Just the odd one or two, or 10, or 100,000.
There's not enough.
There's never enough.
Here, we can use that one super stupidly broken mod just for steel plates. The only thing it would actually be worth having it for.
What, you want to drown in steel plates? That's weird.
Well, I mean, it's better than not having any.
I don't know. That's kind of debatable.
That's a connector.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I lacked face first connector. Alright, so top section of my platform. Pillars, not so much.
Yeah.
but I don't know what you use for yours.
Interior, so you'll need interior plates and construction components.
Yes.
Very passive aggressive.
Yeah, of course.
I have to say, I do like that most stuff avoid us. Most things avoid us because we're on a planet. Whew, that sentence was a little harder than I expected.
Yes.
Because as that prepare for boarding ship found out,
Even
planetary
0.25
kind
G.
of
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Exactly.
planetary gravity kind of sucks.
Yeah, even 0.25 G was too much for it.
Yep. It was probably set. It was probably remote, and they had it set for drift.
Probably.
We do have a mining carriage going in.
Welcome back.
Had to let that heathenous mongrel of mine out.
Ah. Whoa.
What?
Yeah, I felt that.
That was a big bounce.
That was a slide, yep. And the fact that it was synchronized, like,
Yeah.
as precisely as it was weird.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. I'm going through very carefully, cleaning up debris. Large grids broke off of other ships and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got that one. Got that one too.
Hmm?
Oh, everything just sort of froze. All right.
How's the refit going?
Oh, it's going all right. I just
Okay.
need girders now, and well, we don't have any.
Nope.
Well, the captain's yacht, if you can call it that, is airtight. Well, it should be. It's got an air supply. It actually connects to an air supply on the main ship.
Ooh,
It's via a connector.
nice.
It's nothing fancy. It's got it took one of the gyroscopes off the main ship, put it onto the yacht. So yeah, it's just it works. It should technically. It's not pretty. It needs the thrusters welded up yet. And I could put another. I can put another chair in here. There's only one at the moment.
I think it'll be fine.
So yeah, so it's got an airlock.
I see that.
So once it detaches, you're stuck with the air that's in here, so you don't vent it.
Yeah.
This will actually, I plan on putting a, come in, ramp stairs up onto here, so you can get up here,
Oh, nice.
and maybe use that as a walkway to actually get right the way along the top of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So you can walk along the top of the ship. Not sure what I'm doing
Nice.
with this little hollow in here, other than maybe moving a couple of these hydrogen thrusters back here, like we discussed.
Yep.
So that they're not sticking out so far. Actually, I think I will do that. There's only the one that's really sticking out. That's this one here.
Yep.
So I could even just move just that one back. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And of course, it needs painting and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Oh,
ugly as sin, but I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm actually going to close my stream off at this point in time. I've been going for 5 hours, so I think that's ample. So bear with me. All right, folks. Thank you for stopping by and checking out the stream. It's much appreciated. Feel free to chat next time. I do actively monitor, and I do like to chat with my viewers. For those who are interested, the Are We Lost server here is actually hosted with gPortal, a fantastic game server hosting company that I can't recommend highly enough, to be honest. And if we just, let me just do this, and I can't spell to save myself, we just do that. You'll see a link just popped up there in chat. If you actually hit that link, or even the panels below this video here on Twitch, or in the description of this video on YouTube, there is a link there. If you hit that link and go over to them at gPortal and sign up for a game server, then you can get 5% off. So by all means, go and check them out. Go and show them some love, and hey, run your own game server. It's a lot of fun. The group of friends can get together and actually have fun all at the same time then. But until next time, thank you for stopping by, and I shall catch you next stream.